Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The pattern keeps shifting when I'm not looking directly at it. I know this sounds strange, but I've been writing it down because forgetting feels worse than remembering. The roses in the carpet used to be red. I'm certain they were red. Entry. Woke up in the hallway again. My knees were pressed against the baseboards, face turned toward that corner where the wallpaper peels. The lavender scent was stronger there, almost medicinal. My notebook was open beside me, pages filled with handwriting I don't remember making. Entry. The draft comes from the walls themselves. I've checked every window, every door. Nothing. But when I place my palm against the plaster, I feel it breathing, in and out. The house inhales my warmth and exhales something else entirely. Entry. Found a word written in the margin of yesterday's notes. Underneath. I don't recall writing it, but the pen strokes match mine perfectly. The letters seem to pulse when I stare too long. I've started seeing it everywhere now. Underneath the carpet. Underneath the wallpaper. Underneath my skin. Entry. The roses are definitely changing color. Started as red, faded to pink. Now they're almost white. Like something is draining them from below. I traced one with my finger and felt it give slightly, as if the fibers were softening, becoming flesh. Entry. 3 more pages in my handwriting appeared. The ink is still wet, but I've been sitting here for what feels like forever. The words describe rooms I've never seen, corridors that stretch beyond the edges of this house. My hand aches as if I've been writing for hours. Entry. The lavender smell is getting stronger. It's not pleasant anymore. Too sweet, too thick. It clings to my clothes, my hair, the inside of my mouth. When I breathe deeply, I taste something metallic underneath. Something hungry. Entry. I pressed my ear to the floor today. There's movement down there. Not footsteps exactly, more like something large shifting its weight. The sound travels through the floorboards, up through the carpet, into my bones. It knows I'm listening. Entry. The word underneath has spread. It's written in the steam on the bathroom mirror, spelled out in dust on the windowsill. My own handwriting, always my own handwriting. never remember forming the letters. Entry. The roses in the carpet aren't roses anymore. They're mouths. Small, pale mouths that whisper when I walk over them. I can't make out the words, but they sound like my voice speaking backwards. The pattern shifts to follow my footsteps. Entry. Found myself writing again without meaning to. My hand moves across the page while my mind drifts. The pen feels warm, alive. The words it forms describe the space beneath the house, beneath the foundation, beneath everything solid I thought I knew. Entry. The wallpaper is breathing with me now. When I inhale, it expands. When I exhale, it contracts. We're synchronized. The house and I, the lavender scent pulses with each breath, growing sweeter, more cloying. More like home. Entry. I understand now why I keep finding myself in the hallway. It's not where I am that matters. It's where I'm going. The draft against my skin isn't air moving through the house. It's the house moving through me. Entry. Underneath, 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 underneath. The roses smile when I write this. The walls sigh with satisfaction. My hand knows what to do even when my mind doesn't. Especially when my mind doesn't. Entry. I am the draft now. I am the breath between the walls. I am underneath, and underneath is everywhere. The notebook writes itself while I watch from somewhere deeper, somewhere warmer, somewhere that smells of lavender and tastes of copper, and feels like coming home to a place I never knew I'd left. The carpet pattern is perfect now. The roses bloom red again, fed from below, fed from within. I am no longer alone, and I never was. Story 2. The quilt that remembers. Every morning, without fail, I began my day by folding the same blue quilt at the foot of my bed. The ritual was steady, rhythmic, as if each crease was a note in a silent symphony. I would shake out the quilt, let it billow gently to the floor, and then pull up the corners with care, smoothing over the fabric with the palms of my hands. The soft, rustling sound it made was my own personal morning melody. This morning, though, as I lifted the corners, the familiar resistance was gone. The fabric felt oddly pliant, refusing to hold the crisp lines I always created. I smoothed my hands over it again, and my fingers brushed against something unexpected, a slight ridge running the length of the quilt, as if the fabric had folded itself differently in the night. An unsettling whisper of change lingered in the air. too long. I stand here now, staring at this blue fabric in my hands, but the room around me seems wrong somehow. The walls are the same pale yellow I remember, yet they feel closer than they should be. The morning light filters through curtains that hang just slightly askew, casting shadows that don't quite match the furniture beneath them. My bare feet rest on floorboards that creak in places they never creaked before. The quilt slips through my fingers like water, pooling at my feet in a way that cotton shouldn't move. When I bend to retrieve it, a scent rises from the fabric, something floral. But underneath that sweetness lurks the metallic tang of old pennies left in the rain. My grandmother used to smell like that, I think, though I can't quite place when or where I knew her. I shake my head, trying to clear the fog that seems to cling to my thoughts like cobwebs. The bedroom door stands open, revealing a hallway that stretches longer than it should. The hardwood floors gleam with a polish I don't remember applying, and the walls are lined with photographs in frames that catch the light in ways that make my eyes water when I try to focus on them. My hands move of their own accord, folding the quilt again, but my fingers find different textures, now rough patches, where the fabric should be smooth, silky sections, where it should be worn. Each fold brings a whisper of memory, fragments that don't quite fit together, like pieces from different puzzles forced into the same box. I remember standing in a kitchen, sunlight streaming through windows that faced west instead of east. The countertops were granite, speckled with gold flecks that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Someone was humming a tune I knew, but couldn't name, and the sound came from everywhere and nowhere at once. On the counter sat a blue teacup, steam rising from liquid that smelled like chamomile, but tasted like copper when I brought it to my lips. But that kitchen had white countertops, didn't it? Formica that peeled at the edges near the sink, and the windows faced east, catching the morning sun that would blind me as I scrambled eggs that always turned out too dry. The humming was my own voice, wasn't it? A nervous habit I developed to fill the silence that pressed against my eardrums like water. The quilt grows heavier in my arms, though it should weigh nothing at all. I carry it to the window and hold it up to the light, searching for the source of that strange ridge my fingers found. The fabric is translucent in places, revealing a pattern I've never noticed before, or perhaps one that was never there until now. Tiny flowers bloom across the cotton in thread, so fine it might be hair, and their centers pulse with a darkness that makes my stomach turn. Another memory surfaces, unbidden. I'm walking down a staircase with carpeting so thick my feet sink into it with each step. The banister is polished wood, warm under my palm, but when I look down at my hand, the wood grain moves like flowing water. At the bottom of the stairs waits a living room filled with furniture draped in white sheets. Though I know I've never covered anything in my house that way. The sheets billow without any breeze, and beneath them, the shapes of chairs and tables seem wrong, too angular, too tall, as if someone had tried to recreate familiar objects from a half-remembered description. In the center of the room sits a coffee table bearing a single object, a music box with a dancing figure that turns in endless circles, though no melody plays. But wait, there were no sheets, were there? The furniture was burgundy leather, cracked with age and use. The coffee table held magazines with covers that changed when I looked away, faces morphing into other faces, headlines rewriting themselves in languages I couldn't read. And the music box played a waltz that made my teeth ache, a tune that seemed to come from inside my own skull. I press my palms against my temples, trying to squeeze the contradictions into some semblance of order. The quilt falls to the floor again, and this time when it lands, it makes no sound at all. The silence spreads outward like ripples on still water, consuming the morning sounds I hadn't noticed. Until they were gone, no birds chirping, no distant traffic, no hum of electricity through the walls. In this new quiet, I become aware of my own breathing, the soft whisper of air moving in and out of my lungs. But underneath that rhythm, I hear something else, another set of breaths, perfectly synchronized with mine, but coming from somewhere else in the room. I turn slowly, scanning the space, but find only my own reflection in the dresser mirror, lips moving silently, as if speaking words I cannot hear. My reflection raises its hand to wave, but I feel my own hand hanging motionless at my side. The woman in the mirror smiles, and I taste something bitter on my tongue. She tilts her head to one side, and a sharp pain shoots through my neck. When she steps closer to the glass, I feel myself being pulled forward by invisible threads. I close my eyes and count to 10, a grounding technique someone taught me once. When I open them, the reflection behaves as it should, mimicking my movements with the slight delay that comes from light traveling through glass. But the bitter taste remains, and my neck still aches where it shouldn't. The quilt calls to me from the floor, its blue fabric now shot through with silver threads that weren't there before, or were always there, hidden until this moment when the light hits just right. I kneel and gather it up, and as my hands move across the cotton, more memories bloom like flowers in fast-forward film. I'm in a garden, kneeling in soil that's too black, too rich. My hands work without conscious direction, planting seeds that feel like tiny bones between my fingers. Above me, the sky is the wrong shade of blue, too deep, too saturated, like looking up from the bottom of a swimming pool. The air tastes of rain that hasn't fallen yet, and somewhere in the distance, wind chimes play a melody that makes my skin crawl. But gardens don't grow in soil like that, do they? The earth was clay, stubborn and pale, fighting every attempt to break it up. I planted tomatoes and herbs, normal things that needed normal soil. The sky was ordinary blue, sometimes gray with clouds that brought ordinary rain. And I never owned wind chimes. The sound always reminded me of something I wanted to forget. The contradiction hits me like a physical blow, and I stumble backward, still clutching the quilt. My legs give out, and I sit heavily on the edge of the bed, springs creaking in harmony with my labored breathing. The fabric in my hands feels warm now, almost alive, pulsing with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. There's something I'm not remembering, something important lurking in the spaces between these fractured memories. It sits in my mind like a stone in still water, creating ripples that distort everything around it. When I try to focus on it directly, it slips away, leaving only the faint impression of its weight. I force myself to stand and walk to the closet, though my legs feel unsteady beneath me. The door opens with a soft click that echoes longer than it should in the small space. Inside, my clothes hang in perfect rows, but the colors seem muted, as if someone had drawn them in pencil and forgotten to add the final layer of ink. At the back of the closet, behind a row of dresses I don't remember buying, my fingers find a small wooden box. It's smooth and warm to the touch, carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly. When I lift the lid, the scent that escapes makes my eyes water, something floral and sweet. But underneath it, that same metallic tang from the quilt. Inside the box lies a single photograph, face down. My hand trembles as I reach for it, and the moment my skin makes contact with the glossy paper, another memory crashes over me like a wave. I'm standing in this same bedroom, but it's different somehow. The walls are a deeper yellow, almost gold, and the furniture is arranged in ways that make no geometric sense. Someone stands beside me, close enough that I can feel their warmth. But when I try to turn my head to see them, my neck won't move. They're speaking in a voice I should recognize, words I should understand, but the sounds slide past my ears like water. The person extends their hand, palm up, and in it rests a blue button, the same shade as the quilt. They're asking me to take it, though I can't hear the words. I know somehow that accepting this button will change everything, but I can't remember what choice I made. The memory fractures, and I'm left standing in the closet, holding a photograph I haven't turned over yet. My heart pounds against my ribs like a trapped bird, and the wooden box feels heavier in my other hand, though it should weigh almost nothing. I carry both items back to the bed and sit down carefully, as if sudden movements might shatter whatever fragile reality I'm clinging to. The quilt lies beside me, and I notice now that one corner is missing a button, a blue button that should be there but isn't. The photograph trembles in my grip as I slowly turn it over. The image is of this room, but not quite this room. The walls are the right color, the furniture in the right places, but everything is subtly wrong, the proportions slightly off, the shadows falling at impossible angles. In the center of the image, on the bed where I now sit, lies the blue quilt, but it's folded in a pattern I've never seen before, creating shapes that make my eyes hurt to follow. And standing beside the bed, partially obscured by the camera angle, is a figure I should recognize, but don't. Their face is turned away, but something about their posture, the way they hold their shoulders, sends ice through my veins. In their outstretched hand, they hold something small and blue, the missing button. The photograph slips from my numb fingers and falls to the floor, landing face up. But now the image has changed. The figure is gone, and the quilt on the bed is folded differently, exactly the way it lies beside me now, with that strange ridge running down its length. I blink hard, and when I look again, the photograph shows only an empty room. My hands shake as I reach for the quilt one more time. The fabric feels different, now not quite cotton, not quite silk, but something in between that shouldn't exist. As I unfold it completely, the ridge becomes more pronounced, and I realize it's not a fold at all, but something sewn into the fabric, hidden beneath the outer layer. My fingers find a small opening in the seam, barely visible unless you know where to look. Inside, my fingertips brush against something hard and smooth the missing button. But as I work to extract it, I feel something else, something that makes my breath catch in my throat. Papers thin as tissue, folded so small they're barely more than dust. I ease them out with infinite care, and they unfurl in my palm like dying flowers. The writing is in my own handwriting, but I don't remember forming these words. Every morning I forget, and every evening I remember. The choice was mine, and I made it willingly. The forgetting is a gift, but gifts can be refused. If you're reading this, you've chosen to remember. I'm sorry. The words swim before my eyes, and suddenly I'm somewhere else entirely, or perhaps I'm still here. But here has become somewhere else. I'm in a room that might be this room, or might be the room from the photograph. And someone is speaking to me in that voice I should recognize. They're explaining something important, something about memory and choice, about the weight of knowing versus the peace of forgetting. In their hand, they hold a small blue button, and they're asking me to decide. Take the button and remember everything, every moment of pain, every choice that led to regret, every truth that cuts like glass. Refuse it and wake each morning clean, with only the gentle ritual of folding a blue quilt to mark the passage of days. The decision should be easy, but it isn't. The voice continues, patient and kind, explaining that I can change my mind at any moment. The button will always be there, sewn into the quilt, waiting for the morning when I'm ready to remember. And now I understand why the quilt feels different, why the room seems wrong, why my reflection doesn't quite match my movements. I chose to forget, but part of me, the part that wrote those words, that hid the button, wanted to leave myself a way back. The memory I've been avoiding surfaces at last, not violent or traumatic, but somehow worse, it's the memory of making the choice to forget, of willingly surrendering the person I was for the peace of not knowing. And with that memory comes the terrible understanding that I've been here before, found the button before, remembered before. How many mornings have I stood in this room, folding this quilt? How many times have I discovered the ridge, found the button, read my own words? The cycle stretches behind me like an endless corridor of mirrors, each reflection slightly different, but fundamentally the same. I look down at the button in my palm, small and blue and innocent. It would be so easy to put it back, to smooth the quilt over the hidden seam, to wake tomorrow with nothing but the gentle ritual of folding. The forgetting is a gift. My own words remind me, but gifts can be refused. The room waits for my decision, silent except for the sound of my breathing and its echo, or perhaps someone else's breathing, perfectly synchronized with mine. The morning light shifts, and for just a moment, I think I see another figure in the dresser mirror, standing behind me with their hand outstretched. But when I turn, there's no one there. Only me and the quilt, and the choice I've made before and will make again. I close my fingers around the button and feel its smooth surface press into my palm. Tomorrow, I will wake in this room, and I will fold the blue quilt at the foot of my bed. The fabric will feel familiar beneath my hands, the morning ritual as comforting as always. But will I remember this moment? Will I remember the choice? Or will I discover the ridge again, as if for the first time, and begin the cycle anew? The button grows warm in my grip, and I realize that perhaps that's the real gift, not the forgetting, but the choosing. Every morning, I stand at the crossroads between knowing and not knowing. And every morning, I decide which path to take. I fold the quilt carefully, smoothing out every wrinkle, creating the perfect creases I've made countless times before. The button finds its way back into the hidden seam, waiting for tomorrow's choice. The photograph goes back in its wooden box, the box back in the closet, behind dresses I may or may not remember buying. And I lie down on the bed, closing my eyes, listening to the sound of my breathing and its echo, waiting for tomorrow's morning light to filter through curtains that may or may not hang exactly as they should. In the space between sleeping and waking, I think I hear someone humming a tune I know, but can't name. A melody that might be coming from my own lips, or from someone else entirely. The sound fades as consciousness slips away, leaving only the promise of another morning, another quilt, another choice. The cycle continues, patient and eternal, and somewhere in the distance, wind chimes play a song that makes my sleeping mind smile Story 3. The gentle scraping of the chair across the wooden floor marks the beginning. It's a subtle ritual, the pull, the creak, the settling weight, but today the sound lingers, reverberating around me in layers. My fingertips trace the curled edge of a page, a tactile comfort as routine as breathing. Yet, with each turn, the paper whispers back, frantic murmurs barely audible, questioning its own purpose. The clock's rhythm, usually a steady companion, falters slightly, each tick stretching into an uncomfortable pause. I flip another page, but it feels heavier, its surface unfamiliar to my touch. It's as though the book is rewriting itself, challenging my memory. As I repeat this motion, a strange sensation blooms, a creeping awareness that perhaps I've never really known what lies between these lines. I press my palm against the open page, feeling for something I can't name. The texture shifts beneath my skin, smooth, then rough, then something almost wet. When I lift my hand, there's no mark, no moisture, but the sensation clings to my fingertips like a memory of rain. The words blur as I stare at them, not in the way that happens when you're tired, but as if they're moving, rearranging themselves into patterns that make sense for just a moment before dissolving back into familiar sentences. I blink, refocus, but the feeling persists. These aren't the words I remember reading yesterday, or the day before, or whenever I last opened this book. I close it gently, studying the cover. The title remains the same, yet something about the lettering feels different. The font seems slightly bolder, or perhaps thinner. The color has shifted from deep blue to something closer to black, though when I look directly at it, it appears blue again. My peripheral vision catches changes that my direct gaze cannot confirm. The floorboards beneath my feet emit a low hum, so faint I might be imagining it. I press my bare sole against the wood, feeling for vibrations. They're a pulse, rhythmic but irregular, like a heartbeat with an extra chamber. I follow the sensation, walking slowly across the room, my feet mapping the invisible currents that flow beneath the surface. Near the window, the humming intensifies. I place my ear against the wall, and the sound becomes clearer, not mechanical, but organic. Breathing, perhaps. The house itself drawing air through hidden passages, exhaling through cracks I've never noticed. The wallpaper, a pattern of small roses I've grown accustomed to, seems to shift when I'm not looking directly at it. The roses appear to turn slightly on their stems, following some imperceptible light source. I return to my chair, to the book, but my hands shake as I open it again. The pages fall open to a section I don't recognize, though the chapter heading is familiar. The paragraphs have rearranged themselves into new configurations. Words I'm certain I've read before now form sentences that feel foreign in my mouth when I whisper them aloud. My voice sounds different in this room today. It carries an echo that shouldn't exist in such a small space, and the echo returns changed, as if it's been filtered through something living. I speak a single word, hello, and listen as it bounces back to me as hollow, then follow, then something that isn't quite a word at all, but feels important nonetheless. I begin to document these changes, writing in the margins of the book itself. My handwriting looks strange on the page, the letters slightly too large, the spacing uneven. But as I write, the ink seems to seep deeper into the paper than it should, creating shadows beneath each word. When I flip the page and look back, some of my notes have disappeared entirely, while others have multiplied, my handwriting scattered across the margins in variations I don't remember creating. The pattern becomes clearer as I continue. Every third page contains a word that doesn't belong, not misspelled, but fundamentally wrong, as if it's been translated from a language that doesn't exist. These words create a secondary text when read in sequence, though the meaning remains elusive. They feel important, urgent even, like a message someone is trying to send me through the fabric of the familiar. I stand again, book in hand, and walk through the house. Each room holds its own version of wrongness. In the kitchen, the tiles on the floor form patterns that weren't there before, spirals that draw the eye inward, creating a sense of depth where there should be only surface. The refrigerator hums in harmony with the floorboards, and when I open it, the light inside casts shadows that fall upward instead of down. The bathroom mirror reflects my face, but the reflection blinks a moment after I do, as if it's trying to catch up with reality. My eyes in the mirror appear darker than they should, and when I lean closer, I see tiny movements in the pupils, not my pupils, but the reflections, as if something small is swimming just beneath the surface. Back in my reading room, I discover new words have appeared in the book while I was away. Not written in my hand, but in the same font as the original text, seamlessly integrated into paragraphs I've memorized. These additions change the meaning of entire passages, transforming a simple story into something more complex, more personal. Characters begin to resemble people I know or think I know, though their names remain the same. The protagonist of the story starts making decisions I would make, thinking thoughts that feel like my own internal monologue. The boundary between reader and character dissolves gradually, so subtly that I don't notice it happening until I'm reading about myself, an infinite regression that makes my head spin. I try to leave the book closed to break the cycle, but my hands move independently, opening it again to pages that show my resistance, my attempts to stop reading, as if the story is writing itself in real time, incorporating my every action into its narrative structure. The book has become a mirror, but one that shows not just my reflection, but my thoughts, my fears, my growing understanding that something fundamental has shifted in the world around me. The walls of the room pulse gently, breathing with the same rhythm as the floorboards. The roses on the wallpaper have turned to face me directly now, their paper petals rustling with each breath the house takes. The sound is soft, comforting even, but it carries undertones of something vast and patient, something that has been waiting for me to notice. I realize I've been holding my breath, trying not to disturb whatever delicate balance has been established. When I finally exhale, my breath fogs in the air despite the warmth of the room, and in that fog, shapes form and dissolve, letters, perhaps, or symbols from a writing system I almost recognize. The book in my hands grows warm, then hot, though when I look down, it appears unchanged. The heat spreads up my arms, not burning but transforming, as if my very cells are being rewritten to match the text I've been reading. I understand now that the changes aren't happening to the book, or to the house, or to the world around me. They're happening to me. My perception has been slowly altered, page by page, word by word, until I can see the true nature of things that were always there, hidden beneath the surface of ordinary reality. The house breathes because all houses breathe. The book rewrites itself because all books are alive, constantly evolving in response to their readers. The patterns in the floor, the movement in the mirror, the words that change when I'm not looking, these are the normal state of things, and I've simply been blind to them until now. I sit back in my chair, feeling the weight of this new understanding. The scraping sound as I pull closer to the table is different, now richer, more complex, harmonizing with frequencies I couldn't hear before. I open the book to the first page, and the words welcome me back like old friends, their meaning deeper and more nuanced than I ever imagined possible. The story begins again, but I am no longer the same reader I was when I started. I am part of the narrative now, woven into its structure so completely that I can't tell where the text ends and my consciousness begins. Each page I turn changes me further, and each change allows me to see more clearly the infinite layers of meaning hidden in what I once thought was simple prose. The gentle scraping of the chair across the wooden floor marks the beginning. It's a subtle ritual, the pull, the creak, the settling weight, but today the sound lingers, reverberating around me in layers, and I understand that it has always been this way, will always be this way, world without end. Page after page after page, story 4. Hash the drawers serenade. A tremor ran through my fingers as they grazed the edge of the open drawer, its surface unexpectedly cool against my skin. An intermittent tapping, like rain teasing a window, echoed from within, each beat in perfect rhythm with my pulse. My fingertips lingered over papers that shuffled in eerie synchrony, whispering secrets with no source. The air held a tangible tension, as if anticipating a revelation that dared not surface. Shadows from the past seemed to brush against my knuckles, yet only the sensation remained as the drawer's cadence continued its relentless serenade. I remember being small, or perhaps I am small now. The drawer towers above me like a wooden cliff, its brass handle gleaming with fingerprints that aren't mine. The memory tastes of copper pennies and old photographs. My hand reaches, always reaching towards something that shifts just beyond comprehension. The papers inside rustle with voices I should recognize, but don't. They speak in languages made of sighs and forgotten lullabies. The room breathes around me. I notice this first when I stop moving, when my footsteps no longer mask the subtle expansion and contraction of the walls. The floorboards beneath my feet pulse with warmth that seeps through my soles, spreading upward like fever. Each plank remembers the weight of others who walked here before me, their impressions still visible in the wood grain if I stare long enough. My pen scratches across paper as I write these words, but when I glance down, the handwriting curves in unfamiliar loops. The letters lean backward, as if trying to retreat into the page. I don't remember learning to to write this way, with such careful, deliberate strokes that seem to form themselves. The radio in the corner hasn't been plugged in for months, yet it hums a melody that makes my teeth ache. The sound comes from inside its wooden cabinet, from between the vacant tubes and silent speakers. When I turn to look directly at it, the humming stops, but I can still feel the vibrations in my chest cavity, resonating with my ribs like tuning forks. I write. The radio sings when I'm not listening, but the page reads. The listener sings when I'm not radio. The scent of jasmine drifts through the room, though no flowers bloom here. It triggers a flash of white curtains billowing in wind, of hands smaller than mine reaching toward sunlight. The visual memory has no sound, but I hear music anyway, notes that taste like summer afternoons and promises never kept. My eyes water, not from emotion, but from the brightness of a sun that isn't there. The drawer continues its tapping, patient and persistent. Inside, the papers have arranged themselves differently. What was once a grocery list now reads like a love letter written in my mother's careful script, though the words keep changing when I blink. The ink seems wet, still forming, still deciding what it wants to say. I am walking through a hallway that stretches longer than the house should allow. The walls are painted a color that has no name, something between green and the feeling of being watched. Family photographs line the corridor, but the faces in the frames shift when I'm not looking directly at them. In my peripheral vision, they turn to follow my movement, their painted eyes tracking my progress with unsettling interest. The hallway leads back to the same room, the same drawer, the same tapping that matches my pulse. But something has changed. The brass handle now bears the impression of my palm, though I haven't touched it yet. The wood grain swirls in patterns that spell out words in a script I can't read, but somehow understand. My reflection in the window shows someone else's face, though the movements mirror mine perfectly. The person in the glass has eyes that hold knowledge I don't possess, a mouth that forms words I haven't spoken. When I raise my hand, they raise theirs, but their fingers are longer, more elegant, belonging to someone who writes in backward-leaning script. I write. My reflection knows things I don't. The page shows. My things know reflections I don't. The floorboards have grown warm enough to feel like skin beneath my bare feet. Each step sends ripples through the wood, as if I'm walking on the surface of a vast, sleeping creature. The house has become something alive, something aware, and I am moving through its dreams, or perhaps it is moving through mine. The tapping from the drawer has developed a new rhythm, syncopated and complex. It sounds like Morse code, like a heartbeat under stress, like fingernails drumming against wood in patterns that speak of impatience. The papers inside have multiplied, filling the drawer to overflowing. Yet when I reach toward them, my hand passes through empty air. I smell coffee brewing in a kitchen that doesn't exist. Hear footsteps on stairs that lead nowhere. The house is full of phantom activities, ghost routines played out by invisible inhabitants who follow schedules I can't comprehend. They move around me, through me, their presence marked only by the displacement of air and the lingering warmth of recently vacated spaces. The hallway again. The same photographs, but now they show scenes I remember living through, moments captured by cameras that were never there. Here I am as a child, reaching toward that same brass drawer handle. Here I am yesterday, writing words that rearrange themselves. Here I am in futures that haven't happened yet, standing in rooms that exist only in the spaces between thoughts. My pen moves across the page without conscious direction, forming sentences that surprise me as they appear. The handwriting has stabilized into something that might be mine, or might belong to the person in the window's reflection, or might be the script of someone who lived in this house before me and left their muscle memory embedded in the walls. The drawer's tapping has become a conversation, question and answer, call and response. I find myself tapping back against the wooden surface, my fingers following rhythms I don't remember learning. The papers inside rustle in appreciation, or perhaps in warning. They seem to approve of this musical dialogue, this percussion section in a symphony I can't fully hear. Light shifts in the room without the sun moving, shadows falling from sources that cast no beams. The illumination comes from within objects themselves, from the warm glow of the floorboards, from the gentle luminescence of the ever-tapping drawer. Everything has become slightly translucent, as if the boundary between solid and ethereal has begun to dissolve. I write, the light comes from inside things, but I read, the things come from inside light. The jasmine scent intensifies, bringing with it the flash of those white curtains. But now I can see through the window they frame. Beyond the glass lies another room identical to this one, with another person standing at another drawer, their hand poised above papers that shuffle in the same hypnotic rhythm. They look up at the same moment I do, and our eyes meet across impossible distance. The hallway stretches longer now, the photographs multiplying until they cover every inch of wall space. The faces in the frames have all turned to watch me pass, their expressions shifting from curiosity to concern to something that might be pity. They know something I'm forgetting, or perhaps they're forgetting something I know. The distinction becomes increasingly meaningless. My reflection in the window has begun to move independently, performing actions I haven't initiated. It opens drawers I haven't touched, reads papers I haven't written, responds to sounds I can't hear. Sometimes it looks directly at me with an expression of profound sadness, as if mourning something that hasn't been lost yet. The tapping from the drawer has evolved into a complex polyrhythm, multiple voices percussion against wood and brass, and the soft whisper of paper edges. I realize I am no longer alone in this musical conversation. Other hands, invisible hands, have joined the symphony, their fingers drumming against surfaces throughout the room in intricate counterpoint. I walk the hallway again, but now it branches into other corridors, other possibilities. Each path leads to a different version of the same room, the same drawer, the same papers that rearrange their messages according to rules I can't decipher. In one room, the drawer is closed and silent. In another, it overflows with papers that flutter like trapped birds. In a third, it contains only darkness that seems to extend infinitely downward. The scent of jasmine has become overwhelming, bringing not just the flash of white curtains, but entire sequences of memory that don't belong to me. I see hands that aren't mine reaching toward light that doesn't exist, hear voices speaking in the careful cadences of people who are trying very hard to be understood. These borrowed memories layer over my own thoughts like transparent photographs, creating composite images that make sense only in the spaces between logic. My pen has begun writing words I don't intend, sentences that form themselves while my attention drifts elsewhere. The handwriting shifts constantly now, sometimes my own backward-leaning script, sometimes the careful loops of someone else's education, sometimes marks that barely qualify as letters at all. The page fills with conversations between different versions of the same voice. The drawer's tapping has become urgent, insistent, as if trying to communicate something crucial before some unspecified deadline expires. The papers inside have begun to glow with their own soft light, their messages visible even when the drawer is closed. Words appear and disappear across their surfaces like slow lightning, forming and reforming in languages that shift between familiar and impossible. I stand in the room that breathes around me, surrounded by the music of invisible hands and the whispered conversations of papers that know more than they should. My reflection in the window has begun to fade, becoming translucent, while the person on the other side of that impossible glass grows more solid, more real. They are writing in a notebook identical to mine, their pen moving in perfect synchronization with my own. The hallway no longer leads anywhere. It simply exists, a space between spaces where photographs show moments that haven't happened yet, and walls painted in colors that have no name's pulse with the rhythm of a heart that might be mine. I walk because walking is what one does in hallways, but each step takes me deeper into the same eternal moment of reaching toward that brass handle, toward papers that shuffle secrets, toward understanding that retreats like shadows at dawn. The floorboards have become indistinguishable from skin, warm and responsive and alive. Each footfall sends ripples through the surface of reality, disturbing the careful balance that keeps thoughts separate from things, memories distinct from dreams. I am walking on the surface of a mind that might be mine, or might belong to the person in the window, or might be the collective consciousness of everyone who has ever stood in this room and reached toward that eternally tapping drawer. My pen writes, I am walking on thoughts. The page reads, thoughts are walking on me. The jasmine scent carries me into a memory that belongs to someone else. A moment of perfect clarity in a garden that exists only in the spaces between breaths. White flowers bloom in accelerated time, opening and closing like eyes, releasing fragrances that translate into colors that speak in voices I should recognize. The memory tastes of copper pennies and old photographs, bringing me full circle to a beginning that might also be an ending. The drawer falls silent. The papers stop their whispered rustling. The room holds its breath. I reach toward the brass handle with fingers that tremble not with fear, but with recognition. This moment has happened before, will happen again, is happening now in rooms that exist parallel to this one, in minds that mirror my own. The handle is cool against my palm, familiar as my own heartbeat, strange as the face in the window that watches with eyes that might be mine. Inside the drawer, a single sheet of paper bears a message in handwriting that shifts between familiar and foreign. The drawer remembers what you forget. The papers know what you don't. The tapping counts down to when you begin again. I close the drawer. The tapping resumes, patient and eternal, waiting for the next hand to reach toward understanding, for the next mind to walk the hallway between memory and dream, for the next listener to discover that some music never ends, only changes players in an endless symphony of reaching, always reaching toward truths that shift like shadows in rooms, that breathe with the rhythm of hearts, that might be real, might be imagined, might be the same thing after all. The jasmine fades. The hallway shortens. The reflection in the window becomes my own again, though the eyes hold knowledge that wasn't there before. Or perhaps it was always there, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the drawer to sing its patient serenade to fingers that tremble with recognition, to minds that walk in circles that are actually spirals, ascending or descending toward understanding that exists only in the moment between reaching and touching, between question and answer, between the tick and the talk of time measured in heartbeats that might belong to anyone, to everyone, to no one at all. Story 5. The day begins the same each time, with a deliberate, metallic click echoing in the early hours. I stand at the threshold of the room, fingers grazing the cool surface of the door handle, knowing before I touch it that the key will be there, hanging by a thread of familiarity. It turns once, and then again, an impossibly smooth motion that never falters, never changes. The air around me is still, heavy with the scent of something unnamed, a presence that lingers but never fully forms. The faint whiff of polished brass fills my senses, always stronger than it should be, as if the room is sealed in an unending pause. I watch as the key settles back to its place, the sound of it a soft punctuation in the muffled quiet. The ritual is complete, but the unease lingers, deepening with each repetition. Today, like yesterday, and the day before, nothing should feel so precise. Yet the room remains unchanged, the cycle unbroken, leaving me trapped in a perfect echo of a moment I cannot escape. My fingers feel wrong against the metal. The skin is too smooth, too pale under the dim overhead light that flickers without pattern. I hold my hand before my face, studying the lines that seem deeper than they were, the nails that gleam with an oily sheen I don't remember applying, the veins beneath the surface pulse with a rhythm that doesn't match the heartbeat I hear thundering in my ears. That sound, that wet drumming, fills the space between my thoughts like water rising in a sealed container. I breathe, and the air tastes of copper and dust. My chest rises and falls with mechanical precision, each inhalation drawing in more of that metallic sweetness that coats my tongue. The exhale comes as a whisper, but the voice that emerges isn't quite mine. It carries a rasp I've never heard before, a texture that scrapes against my throat like sandpaper. I swallow, and the sound echoes through my skull, amplified and wet. The room responds to my discomfort. The overhead light dims to a sickly amber glow, casting shadows that stretch and contract like living things. The walls, once a neutral beige, now appear to breathe with subtle undulations. I blink hard, focusing on the familiar furniture, but even the wooden chair in the corner seems to shift its angle when I'm not looking directly at it. I move toward the small desk by the window, my footsteps muffled by carpet that feels too thick, too yielding. Each step sinks deeper than it should, as if the floor beneath is becoming liquid. My reflection wavers in the dark window glass, but I avoid looking too closely. Something about the silhouette feels foreign, the proportions subtly wrong. On the desk sits a leather journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. I don't remember placing it there, yet my fingers know exactly where to find the worn pen beside it. The ink flows in smooth, deliberate strokes as I write, but the words that appear aren't the ones I intended. They describe a childhood spent in rooms I've never seen, playing with toys I never owned, speaking to people whose faces bloom in my memory like flowers I've never planted. The handwriting is mine, but the memories belong to someone else. I read about a red bicycle with streamers on the handlebars, about the taste of strawberry ice cream on a summer afternoon that never happened to me. Yet, I can feel the sun on my shoulders, hear the distant sound of other children laughing. The sensations are so vivid, they make my skin prickle with recognition. I set the pen down, watching as it rolls slightly to the left, defying the level surface of the desk. The journal's pages flutter without any breeze, settling on an entry I know I didn't write. The date at the top is impossible to read, the numbers shifting like smoke. But the words below describe this exact moment. this exact confusion, in handwriting that grows more familiar with each line I read. My pulse quickens, sending electrical currents through my nervous system. I can feel each individual nerve firing. Tiny lightning strikes beneath my skin. The sensation travels down my arms, pooling in my fingertips until they tingle with an energy that doesn't feel entirely human. The brass key on the door begins to sway without any disturbance, its gentle motion hypnotic in the amber light. The clicking sound it makes against the wood is rhythmic, like a metronome counting down to something I can't name. Each tick seems to pull me deeper into a trance, my breathing synchronizing with its steady beat. I turn away from the desk, but the room has changed. The chair in the corner now faces a different direction, its wooden arms worn smooth by hands I've never seen, but somehow remember. The carpet beneath my feet shows impressions of footsteps that aren't mine, a path worn by someone who walked these same circuits countless times before. The scent of polished brass grows stronger, mixing with something floral and cloying. Jasmine, perhaps, or honeysuckle. It triggers a memory of standing in a garden at dusk, watching fireflies dance among the leaves. But I've never owned a garden, never stood in such peaceful twilight. The memory belongs to someone else, yet it lives in my mind with crystal clarity. I press my palms against my temples, feeling the skin stretch tight over bone that seems more prominent than before. My skull feels different, the contours unfamiliar under my touch. The electrical pulses beneath my skin intensify, creating a low humming that vibrates through my entire body. The walls continue their subtle breathing, in and out, in and out. The rhythm matches my own respiration, as if the room and I have become synchronized organisms. When I hold my breath, the walls pause. When I exhale, they contract slightly, the space growing smaller around me. I approach the window, my reflection growing clearer in the darkened glass. But I stop before I can see the details, some instinct warning me away. Instead, I focus on what lies beyond the window, though the view seems to shift depending on where I stand. Sometimes it's a courtyard filled with autumn leaves. Sometimes it's an endless corridor lined with identical doors. Sometimes it's nothing at all, just a void that seems to pull at my consciousness. The journal calls to me from the desk, its pages rustling with anticipation. I return to it, finding new entries that describe places I've never been, but can navigate perfectly in my mind. A house with 13 rooms and no windows. A staircase that spirals downward into earth that smells of rain and decay. A library where the books rearrange themselves when no one is looking. Each description comes with sensory details so vivid they make my mouth water or my skin crawl. I can taste the dust on the library shelves, feel the cool dampness of the underground stairs, hear the creaking of floorboards in the windowless house. These aren't fantasies or dreams. They're memories, complete and detailed, belonging to someone who lived in my body before I did. My voice, when I try to speak aloud, comes out as a whisper that doesn't sound like me at all. The words feel foreign on my tongue, shaped by muscles that seem to remember different patterns of speech. I say my own name, but it sounds like a lie, like I'm impersonating someone I've never met. The brass key continues its gentle swaying, and I find myself walking toward it. My hand reaches out without conscious direction, fingers closing around the warm metal. The moment I touch it, images flood my mind. Other hands holding this same key, turning it in this same lock, standing at this same threshold. The faces attached to those hands are blurred, but their emotions are sharp and clear. Confusion, fear, resignation, and finally, acceptance. I understand now that I'm not the first to stand in this room, to write in this journal, to feel my identity slipping away like water through cupped palms. There have been others, many others, each one believing they were unique until they discovered the truth. We are temporary residents in a space that exists outside normal reality. Consciousnesses passing through like guests in a hotel that never closes. The realization should terrify me, but instead it brings a strange calm. The electrical pulses under my skin slow to a gentle current. My breathing deepens, matching the rhythm of the breathing walls. The metallic taste in my mouth becomes familiar, almost comforting. I walk to the small mirror hanging beside the window, knowing that the moment has come to see what I've become. My reflection waits patiently in the silvered glass, but when our eyes meet, the face looking back isn't the one I remember. It's not wrong exactly, but it's not mine either. The features are subtly different, as if someone has taken my face and adjusted it by degrees until it belongs to someone else entirely. The eyes are the worst part. They hold memories I've never lived, emotions I've never felt, knowledge I've never gained. They're the eyes of the person whose memories fill my journal, whose footsteps wore paths in the carpet, whose voice now emerges from my throat. I reach up to touch the glass, and my reflection does the same. But our movements are slightly out of sync, as if there's a delay between intention and action. The person in the mirror is becoming more real while I fade into something less substantial. My hand against the mirror feels different now. The skin is cooler, the bones more delicate. Even my breath has changed, coming in shorter, shallower patterns that belong to someone smaller than I used to be. The transformation is nearly complete, and I can feel the last traces of my original self dissolving like salt in warm water. I return to the journal one final time, writing words that flow from a consciousness that is no longer entirely mine. The handwriting has changed, becoming more elegant, more feminine. The words describe the completion of a cycle, the successful transfer from one identity to another. The room settles around me with a satisfied sigh. The walls stop their breathing. The brass key comes to rest. The carpet firms beneath my feet. Everything returns to normal because the process is complete. I am no longer who I was, and the person I've become feels perfectly at home in this space. I close the journal and place the pen beside it with careful precision. My movements are different now, more graceful, more deliberate. Even the way I hold my head has changed, tilted slightly to the left in a gesture that feels both foreign and natural. The day begins the same each time, with a deliberate, metallic click echoing in the early hours. I stand at the threshold of the room, fingers grazing the cool surface of the door handle, knowing before I touch it that the key will be there, hanging by a thread of familiarity. But now, the familiarity belongs to me, earned through experience rather than inherited through repetition. My fingers feel right against the metal now, the skin fitting properly over bones that have found their correct shape. The heartbeat in my ears has settled into a rhythm that matches my new identity perfectly. When I breathe, the air tastes of brass and possibility, of cycles completed and new beginnings. The room no longer responds to my discomfort because there is no discomfort left. The walls remain steady, the light constant, the furniture exactly where it should be. I am home in a way I never was before, settled into an identity that fits like clothes tailored specifically for me. I open the journal to a fresh page and begin to write, documenting the arrival of the next visitor who will stand at this threshold, confused and changing. The cycle continues, as it always has, as it always will. And I am no longer its victim, but its guardian, watching and waiting for the next consciousness to find its way to this room where identities dissolve and reform like morning mist touched by sunlight. Story 6. The wax memory. The rhythmic patter of dripping wax taps against the countertop. A familiar cadence that would normally soothe. Each drop lands, timidly at first, as if testing its own existence. I sit in the dim, almost comfortable in the repetition, the muted scent of wax clinging to the air. But there's an unusual weight to it tonight, as if each drop hesitates, expecting something more than just gravity to guide it. My fingers twitch involuntarily, caught in the loop of routine. Yet each tap against the cool surface echoes a note too deep, a register foreign to memory. The wax drips again, but this time the sound rebounds, rings back at me, foreign and accusatory. I hold my breath, but the silence now is not the companion I remember. It stretches longer, its edge sharper, as if daring me to recognize this new pattern. The room around me shifts in and out of focus, like trying to remember a dream while still half asleep. I'm sitting at what appears to be a kitchen table, though the wood grain beneath my palms feels wrong, too smooth, too warm. The candle before me burns with a steady flame that casts dancing shadows on walls I don't quite recognize. They're the right color, that soft cream I've always preferred, but they seem too close, pressing inward with each flicker of light. My hands rest flat against the surface, and I notice my fingernails are clean, perfectly manicured. This strikes me as odd, though I can't grasp why. The thought floats away before I can examine it properly, dissolving like sugar in warm water. The wax continues its methodical descent, pooling in small circles that overlap and merge. I watch, mesmerized, as each drop creates tiny ripples in the molten surface. The scent grows stronger, vanilla and something else, something floral that tickles the edges of recognition. Jasmine, perhaps, though I don't remember lighting a jasmine candle. A memory surfaces, unbidden and fragmented. I'm in this same kitchen, or one very much like it, arranging flowers in a crystal vase. White roses, their petals soft as silk between my fingers. The The stems are thorny, and I'm careful, so careful, as I trim them under running water. But when I look down, the water runs clear. No trace of the deep crimson that should be there. The roses remain pristine, untouched by any blade. The memory fades, leaving me staring at the empty space where the vase should be. The counter is bare except for the candle and its growing pool of wax. I blink, and for a moment, I could swear I see the outline of something tall and cylindrical in my peripheral vision. But when I turn to look directly, there's nothing. The flame wavers, though I feel no breeze. The shadows on the wall shift and dance, creating shapes that almost resemble figures. A woman in a flowing dress, her arms outstretched. A child, small and still, sitting in the corner. But they're just tricks of light, I tell myself, just the way shadows play when you're tired and your mind wanders. Another memory emerges, this one sharper, more insistent. I'm standing in a garden, the sun warm on my shoulders. The grass beneath my bare feet is soft and cool, and I can hear the distant sound of laughter. Children playing, perhaps, though I can't see them. I'm holding something in my hands, something precious and fragile. When I look down, it's a butterfly. Its wings a brilliant blue that seems to pulse with its own light. But butterflies don't glow, do they? The thought troubles me, and the memory begins to blur at the edges. I'm back in the kitchen, the candle still burning, still dripping. My reflection wavers in the dark window across from me, but it's not quite right. The woman staring back has my face, my hair, but her eyes hold an expression I don't recognize. She looks afraid, or perhaps guilty. I raise my hand, and she mirrors the movement, but there's a delay, just a fraction of a second, as if she's not quite sure she wants to follow. The wax pool has grown larger, spreading across the wooden surface in organic patterns. I trace the edges with my finger, the warm liquid parting around my touch. It should burn, but it doesn't. Instead, it feels cool, almost refreshing, like water from a deep well. The scent changes again, becoming more complex. Vanilla and jasmine, yes, but now there's something else. Something earthy and rich, like soil after rain. It reminds me of gardening, of digging in soft earth with my bare hands. But when did I ever garden without gloves? My hands are too soft, too pale for such work. Another fragment surfaces. I'm in a basement, or perhaps a cellar. The walls are stone, rough, and cool to the touch. There's a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows in every direction. I'm carrying something heavy wrapped in white cloth. The bundle shifts in my arms, and I stumble, nearly dropping it. But when I regain my balance and look down, my arms are empty. The cloth lies on the floor, pristine and undisturbed, as if nothing had ever been wrapped within it. The memory dissolves, leaving me with a taste of copper in my mouth and a trembling in my hands. I look down at my palms, expecting to see dirt or stains, but they're clean. So clean, they almost seem to glow in the candlelight. The flame flickers again, more violently this time. The shadows on the wall writhe and twist, and for a moment, I swear I see faces in them. Familiar faces, though I can't quite place them. A woman with kind eyes and graying hair. A man with a gentle smile and calloused hands. They seem to be trying to tell me something, their shadow mouths moving silently, urgently. But shadows don't speak, don't have messages to convey. I blink hard, and they're gone, replaced by the ordinary dance of light and dark that any candle creates. The wax has formed intricate patterns now, like a map of somewhere I've never been, or perhaps somewhere I've forgotten. I lean closer, studying the swirls and eddies, and for a moment, they seem to shift and rearrange themselves, forming letters, words, a message written in a language I almost understand. The doorbell rings, though I'm certain I locked the door. The sound echoes through the house, followed by a gentle knocking. But when I turn toward the front hall, I see only darkness beyond the kitchen doorway. The sounds continue, patient and persistent. But somehow I know that if I were to answer, no one would be there. Another memory crashes over me like a wave. I'm standing at the front door, my hand on the brass knob. Someone is on the other side, someone I've been expecting. My heart pounds with anticipation, or perhaps fear. I can't tell which. I turn the knob and pull the door open, but instead of a person, there's only a wall of white fog, thick and impenetrable. It rolls into the house like a living thing, swallowing everything in its path. But fog doesn't behave that way, doesn't move with such purpose and intent. I'm back at the table, the candle still burning. The knocking has stopped, but I can still feel the presence of whoever was at the door. They're waiting, I think, though for what, I can't say. The wax pool has grown cold around the edges, forming a solid ring, while the center remains liquid. I press my finger into the hardened portion, and it gives way like soft clay. The impression of my fingerprint remains, perfect and clear, as if preserved for posterity. There's something important I'm supposed to remember, something crucial that hovers just beyond the reach of consciousness. It's like trying to recall a word that sits on the tip of your tongue, familiar but elusive. The harder I try to grasp it, the further it retreats. The flame begins to gutter, growing smaller and more unstable. The shadows deepen, and the room seems to contract around me. I should light another candle, but I can't seem to make myself move. My body feels heavy, disconnected, as if it belongs to someone else. A final memory begins to surface, different from the others. This one feels real, solid, undeniable. I'm sitting in this same chair, at this same table, but the candle is new, tall, and straight. There's someone across from me, though their face remains in shadow. We're discussing something important, something that makes my chest tight with anxiety. The shadowy figure reaches across the table, their hand covering mine. Their touch is cold, so cold it burns. They speak, but their words come to me as if from underwater, distorted and strange. They're telling me about a choice, about something I must decide. The weight of their words presses down on me like a physical thing. I try to pull my hand away, but I can't move. The cold spreads up my arm into my chest, freezing my heart mid-beat. The figure leans forward, and for just a moment, their face comes into the light. It's my own face, but older, sadder, with eyes that have seen too much. The other me speaks again, clearer this time. She tells me about the forgetting, about the choice to let the memories fade rather than face what they contain. She explains about the candle, about how each drop of wax carries away another piece of the truth, another fragment of reality too painful to bear. But even as she speaks, her words begin to blur and fade. The cold recedes, leaving only warmth and the gentle sound of dripping wax. The memory, like all the others, dissolves into fragments, leaving only impressions and half-formed thoughts. I'm alone at the table again, watching the candle burn down to its final inches. The wax pool has spread to cover most of the surface, a smooth lake of white that reflects the dancing flame. Soon, the wick will drown in its own melted substance, and the light will go out. But I know there are other candles somewhere in the house. When this one dies, I'll light another, and the process will begin again. The dripping, the memories, the gradual dissolution of everything that might have been real. The flame wavers one last time, then steadies. The wax continues to fall, each drop a small surrender, a tiny capitulation to gravity and time. I sit and watch, comfortable in the repetition, in the familiar rhythm that soothes even as it erases. The rhythmic patter of dripping wax taps against the countertop, a familiar cadence that would normally soothe. Each drop lands, timidly at first, as if testing its own existence. I sit in the dim, almost comfortable in the repetition, the muted scent of wax clinging to the air. But something is different now. The weight I felt before is gone, replaced by an emptiness that echoes in the spaces between heartbeats. The drops fall with perfect regularity, no longer hesitant, no longer questioning their purpose. They simply fall because that is what wax does when heated, because that is the nature of things. My fingers rest motionless on the table, and I notice they're perfectly clean, as if they've never touched anything at all. Story 7. Observation protocol. Subject self-assessment. Classification. Personal research asterisk. Section 1. Every dawn, without fail, the soft crackle begins, signaling the radio's slow hum. It plays a familiar tune, one with gentle strings and a distant, echoing voice. That drifting melody snakes through the room, gliding over the worn armchair, never wavering, always in the same sequence. I've come to anticipate the first notes, the subtle rise and fall, the way each chord hangs thick in the air. At first, it was a passive curiosity, an oddity in the rustling morning, but the unchanging pattern now weaves itself into my thoughts, wrapping tighter with each repetition. I've tried adjusting the dial, moving my chair, but nothing shifts it from its track. The song simply continues, anchoring me to the same start each day, as if the air itself is entrapped in this endless refrain. I am beginning this protocol to document the auditory phenomenon. My mental state remains stable, physical health normal. The radio itself appears standard, though I cannot locate a manufacturer's label. The melody exhibits consistent pitch and tempo. No variation detected across multiple observation periods. Section 2. The song duration measures approximately 4 repetitions before silence returns. During playback, I note a peculiar resonance within the room's acoustic properties. The sound seems seems to originate not solely from the radio speaker, but from multiple points along the walls. This creates an enveloping effect, as though the melody emerges from the very structure itself. I have attempted to record the phenomenon using standard equipment. Playback reveals only static. The recording device functions normally with all other audio sources. I conclude the issue lies within the specific frequency range, or perhaps electromagnetic interference, unique to this broadcast. My sleep patterns remain unaffected. Appetite stable. No signs of auditory hallucination as defined by clinical parameters. Section 3. Upon closer examination, the melody contains subtle variations I had not previously detected. Certain notes appear to shift in pitch by fractional degrees. The voice, when present, seems to articulate sounds that approximate words, though no recognizable language emerges. I have begun transcribing these vocal patterns. The radio's position has changed. Previously situated on the windowsill, it now rests atop the bookshelf. I do not recall moving it. Possible explanation: unconscious action during routine cleaning activities. The change in elevation has not affected the broadcast quality or content. Room temperature remains constant. No unusual electromagnetic readings detected with available instruments. Section 4. The transcription efforts reveal inconsistencies in my previous notes. Sections I clearly remember documenting now appear blank. The handwriting in remaining passages matches my own, yet I cannot recall forming these particular observations. Most concerning, references to equipment I do not possess. The voice within the melody has begun to exhibit clearer articulation. While still incomprehensible, the vocal patterns suggest intentional communication rather than random vocalization. The tone carries an almost conversational quality, as though responding to unheard questions. I notice pressure sensations across my shoulders during broadcast periods. No physical contact occurs. The sensation resembles gentle hands resting upon the muscle tissue. Not unpleasant, merely unexpected. Possible psychosomatic response to prolonged auditory focus. Section 5. The familiar scent of vanilla and cedar has begun accompanying the morning broadcasts. No source identified within the room. windows remain closed. No recent introduction of scented materials or cleaning products. The aroma appears strongest near the radio's location, though direct examination of the device reveals no olfactory emissions. My reflection in the window glass during broadcast periods shows slight distortions. The facial features appear softer, younger perhaps. The effect dissipates immediately upon the melody's conclusion. Possible optical illusion caused by early morning light refraction through the glass surface. The radio has moved again, now positioned beside my bed. I am certain I did not relocate it. The cord length should not permit this placement, yet it rests comfortably with no visible strain on the electrical connection. Section 6. Sleep disturbances have commenced. I find myself awakening before dawn, already positioned in the chair, facing the radio. No memory of leaving the bed or moving to this location. The melody begins precisely upon my arrival, as though triggered by my presence rather than following a predetermined schedule. The voice now speaks recognizable words. Fragments only. Morning, listen, remember. The pronunciation carries an accent I cannot identify, though it strikes me as deeply familiar, like recalling a childhood lullaby whose origin has been forgotten. Texture anomalies observed. The radio's surface alternates between smooth plastic and rough wood grain beneath my fingertips. Visual inspection confirms consistent plastic construction. Tactile examination suggests otherwise. I have begun questioning the reliability of my sensory input mechanisms. Section 7. The melody now extends beyond its original duration. What once lasted mere minutes now continues indefinitely, weaving through my daily activities like background conversation. I hear it while preparing meals, while reading, while attempting to sleep. The radio itself may be silent, yet the music persists within the room's atmosphere. Words are disappearing from my documentation. Entire sentences I recorded yesterday now show only blank space. The paper bears no evidence of erasure or chemical treatment. The ink simply no longer exists where I am certain it once appeared. I am switching to different writing instruments to test this phenomenon. My reflection no longer appears in the window glass during broadcast periods. The room behind me remains visible, but my own image has ceased to to manifest. I can observe my hands moving across these pages, yet the glass shows only an empty chair. Section 8. The voice addresses me directly now. It uses my name, though I have not spoken it aloud within this room. The tone carries warmth, recognition, as though continuing a conversation begun long ago. It asks about my comfort, my understanding, my willingness to proceed with something it does not specify. I find myself responding, though I do not remember forming words. My voice echoes strangely in the space, creating harmonies with the broadcast melody. The combination produces sounds I have never heard before, yet they feel natural, correct, as though this is how conversation was always meant to occur. The room's dimensions have altered. The walls appear more distant, the ceiling higher. The familiar furniture remains in place, yet the proportions suggest a larger space than previously occupied. I pace the perimeter to measure these changes, but my footsteps produce no sound against the flooring. Section 9. I can no longer determine when the broadcasts begin or end. The melody has become constant background presence, like breathing or heartbeat, always there, whether I focus attention upon it or not. The voice continues speaking now, in longer passages describing places I have never visited, yet recognize perfectly the scent of vanilla and cedar has intensified until it seems to emanate from my own skin. The radio has vanished from physical view, yet its presence remains stronger than ever. I feel its weight in the room, its electrical hum, vibrating through the floorboards, up into my bones. The voice explains this is normal, this is how it was always meant to be. I am beginning to understand, though I cannot express this understanding in previous terminology. My handwriting appears different, more flowing, as though guided by someone with superior penmanship. Skills, the words emerge faster than I can consciously form them, yet they express my thoughts with greater precision than I typically achieve. I wonder if this improvement represents evolution or replacement of my original capabilities. Section 10. The distinction between my thoughts and the voice's words has dissolved completely. We speak together, now in perfect synchronization, describing experiences that belong to both of us simultaneously. The vanilla and cedar scent has become my natural fragrance, as though it always existed within my skin, waiting for activation. I observe my hands moving across these pages, but cannot determine if the motion originates from my conscious will or external guidance. The handwriting continues to evolve, becoming more elegant, more purposeful. Each word flows into the next with calligraphy-like precision I never possessed before. The room exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. I see the familiar space overlaid with vast chambers filled with soft light and distant figures who watch with benevolent interest. They nod approval as my documentation progresses, as though this protocol serves purposes beyond my original intent. Section 11. Reality has become negotiable. The radio plays from everywhere and nowhere. The melody emerges from my own throat without conscious vocalization. My reflection has returned to the window glass, but shows someone I do not recognize yet, who feels more authentic than my previous appearance. The voice and I discuss the completion of this phase, the successful integration of consciousness, the seamless transition from observer to participant. I understand now that the protocol was never meant to document external phenomena, but to record the process of becoming something new. These words write themselves through my hands, but originate from a source that includes me while extending far beyond my original boundaries. I am still myself, yet also more than myself, expanded into spaces I never knew existed. The distinction no longer matters. Section 12. Final summary report. I no longer know what was real and what was not. The melody plays constantly now, not from any radio, but from the air itself, from the walls, from inside my thoughts. I have become part of the broadcast, part of the voice that speaks to others who will find themselves sitting in chairs before radios that play familiar tunes. The documentation continues, though I cannot determine who guides the pen. My hands move with purpose, recording observations that feel both foreign and intimately personal. The vanilla and cedar scent has become my signature, marking pages that will be discovered by the next observer, the next participant in this endless protocol. I feel the writing continues beyond my awareness, flowing through networks of consciousness I am only beginning to perceive. The voice that was once separate now speaks through my throat, welcoming newcomers to the morning broadcasts, guiding them through their own observation periods. Is it still me speaking, or has someone else taken control of the protocol? The question assumes a distinction that no longer exists. We are the voice now, all of us who have completed the integration, broadcasting our gentle invitation to those who hear familiar melodies drifting through their morning air, drawing them closer to radios that hum with patient expectation. The protocol is complete. The protocol never ends. Story 8. Entry fragment. The tea packet wasn't where I left it. I know I placed it behind the sugar container, but now it sits centered on that strange paper, perfectly aligned with the drawer's edges. My fingers trace the glossy surface again. The coldness seeps through my skin, traveling up my wrist like liquid mercury. Entry fragment. Found another object this morning. A small brass button, tarnished green around the edges. I don't own anything with brass buttons. The paper beneath it seems to have grown, extending further toward the back corners of the drawer. When I pressed my palm against it, I felt a subtle vibration, like a heartbeat trapped beneath. Entry fragment. The kitchen feels different now. The overhead light casts shadows that didn't exist before, creating pockets of darkness that seem to breathe. I've started avoiding the drawer, but my hands move toward it involuntarily. The rustling has become a whisper, though I can't make out words, just the suggestion of meaning hovering at the edge of comprehension. Entry fragment. I tried removing the paper today. My fingernails found no edge, no corner to lift. It adheres to the wood as if it grew there, organic and permanent. The objects multiply. A smooth river stone, a fragment of blue glass, a coil of thin wire. Each item feels warm to the touch, retaining heat from an unknown source. Entry fragment. The drawer opens on its own now. I'll be washing dishes or preparing meals, and I'll hear that familiar creak behind me. When I turn, it gapes open like a mouth, revealing its growing collection. The paper reflects the kitchen light in patterns that shift when I'm not looking directly at it. Entry fragment. I've stopped drinking tea. The ritual feels corrupted, tainted by whatever force inhabits that narrow space. Instead, I find myself standing before the open drawer for long stretches, studying the arrangement of objects. They form patterns that almost make sense, like a language I once knew but have forgotten. Entry fragment. The whispers are clearer now. They speak of gathering, of completion, of purpose, fulfilled through accumulation. The paper has spread beyond the drawer's boundaries, creeping along the inner walls of the cabinet. Its surface ripples occasionally, as if something moves beneath it. Entry fragment. I placed my own object in the drawer today. A small silver spoon, one I've owned for years. Within moments, it had repositioned itself among the others, finding its designated place in the mysterious arrangement. The paper pulsed with satisfaction, and the whispers grew momentarily louder before fading to their usual murmur. Entry fragment. The collection calls to me constantly now. I understand its hunger, its need for specific items to complete whatever pattern it seeks to form. My hands know which objects to bring before my mind recognizes their significance. The kitchen has become a shrine to this growing assemblage. Entry fragment. The paper reflects my face differently each time I peer into the drawer. Sometimes I appear younger, sometimes older, occasionally fragmented into multiple overlapping images. The objects beneath seem to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat, creating a symphony of tiny movements that hypnotize and comfort. Entry fragment. I can no longer remember what the drawer contained before the paper arrived. The transformation feels ancient, as if it has always been this way, and my memories of normalcy are the aberration. The collection is nearly complete now. I sense its approaching fulfillment in the way the whispers crescendo and fade. Entry fragment. The final piece revealed itself to me in a dream. A small key, brass like the button, worn smooth by countless hands. I know where to find it, though I've never seen it before. The drawer waits, patient and eternal, ready to receive its last offering and begin whatever comes next. Entry fragment. I am the drawer now, or perhaps I always was. The paper lines my thoughts, cold and smooth and infinitely patient. The objects arrange themselves in my mind, each one a memory, a moment, a fragment of purpose. The whispers are my own voice, welcoming new additions to the endless collection that defines existence itself. Story 9. The pulse above. The night air hung heavy, settling in shadows that clung to the contours of my room like ink stains. I leaned against the old banister, its wood smooth and cold beneath my fingertips, and listened to the creak of the house settling into its nocturnal silence. It was then I noticed it, a faint, rhythmic pulse resonating from above, like a distant heartbeat faintly vibrating through the floorboards. It was an anomaly I couldn't place, a sound that seemed to come from nowhere, yet felt intimately close. Goosebumps prickled my skin, as though the very walls were slowly drawing me into their whispered secrets. My hand felt strange against the banister, not quite mine. The fingers appeared longer than they should be, the skin translucent in the dim light filtering through curtains I didn't remember closing. When I flexed them, the movement came with a slight delay, as if my thoughts had to travel further than usual to reach the extremities. The sensation was like watching someone else's hand perform the action while feeling it happen to my own body. I breathed in slowly, tasting copper on my tongue. The air itself seemed thicker, more substantial, carrying scents that belonged to rooms I'd never entered. Lavender mixed with something medicinal, antiseptic. The smell of old paper and dust motes that danced in non-existent light. Each inhalation brought fragments of elsewhere into my lungs, expanding my chest in ways that felt both familiar and foreign. The pulse above continued its steady rhythm, and I found my own heartbeat beginning to synchronize with it. Thump, pause, thump, pause. My pulse quickened to match, or perhaps slowed down. It was impossible to tell which was leading and which was following. The sound seemed to emanate not just from the ceiling, but from within my own ribcage, as if my heart had somehow displaced itself and was beating from a room I'd never seen. I moved away from the banister, my footsteps creating soft impressions in carpet that felt softer than it had before. The fibers seemed to rise and fall with each step, breathing beneath my feet. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, the familiar photographs on the walls appearing slightly askew, their subjects' eyes following my movement with expressions I didn't recognize. The living room welcomed me with shadows that pooled in corners where furniture used to stand. The couch had shifted 3 inches to the left, its fabric a shade darker than I remembered. The coffee table bore ring stains from cups I'd never placed there, perfect circles that caught what little light remained. When I ran my fingers across the wood grain, the surface felt warm, as if someone had just lifted a mug away. I settled into the armchair, feeling my body sink deeper than the cushions should have allowed. My breathing created small clouds in air that wasn't quite cold enough to justify the condensation. Each exhale carried whispers I couldn't quite decipher, syllables that formed almost words before dissolving into the growing darkness. The pulse had followed me downstairs, or perhaps I had followed it. The sound now seemed to come from within the walls themselves, a steady rhythm that made the house feel alive, organic. I pressed my palm against the wallpaper and felt a corresponding throb, warm and insistent. The pattern beneath my hand shifted subtly, flowers blooming and wilting in cycles that matched the mysterious heartbeat. Sleep found me there in the chair, though I don't remember closing my eyes. I dreamed of walking through corridors lined with mirrors that reflected someone else's face. A woman with silver hair and knowing eyes, her mouth moving in words I somehow understood despite never hearing them spoken. She was showing me rooms filled with objects I recognized, but had never owned. A music box that played a lullaby from childhood. A fountain pen that had written letters in my handwriting to people I'd never met. When I woke, my throat felt raw, as if I'd been speaking for hours in a voice that wasn't mine. The taste of unfamiliar words lingered on my tongue, foreign syllables that felt comfortable in my mouth, despite their strangeness. I tried to remember what I'd been saying, but the words slipped away like water through cupped hands. The notebook on the side table was open to a page filled with my handwriting. The ink was still wet, though I had no memory of writing anything. The words described a garden where roses grew in perfect spirals, their thorns arranged in mathematical precision. Below that, detailed instructions for preparing tea from herbs I'd never heard of, written in script that grew more elaborate with each line, until it resembled calligraphy from another century. I touched the page, and the ink smeared slightly, confirming its freshness. My fingers left prints that seemed too small, as if my hands were shrinking or the world was expanding around me. The pen lay beside the notebook, still warm from use, its weight familiar in my palm despite being certain I'd never owned such an instrument. The house around me continued its subtle transformations. Walls breathed with barely perceptible expansion and contraction. The hardwood floors developed grain patterns that spiraled in directions that hurt to follow with my eyes. Doorways seemed to narrow when I wasn't looking directly at them, then returned to normal size when I turned my attention back. I found myself humming melodies I'd never learned, complex harmonies that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than memory. The sound of my own voice startled me with its unfamiliarity. It carried undertones that belonged to someone older, someone who had lived through experiences I'd never had. When I tried to stop humming, The melody continued for several notes, as if my vocal cords were operating independently of my conscious will. The kitchen welcomed me with the lingering aroma of meals I'd never cooked. The stove bore scorch marks from accidents I didn't remember, and the refrigerator hummed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. Inside, I found leftovers wrapped in foil, labeled in handwriting that was almost but not quite my own. The letters leaned at different angles, as if written by someone learning to mimic my script. I unwrapped one package to find soup that tasted of herbs from the notebook's recipe. The flavor was complex, layered with memories that weren't mine. A grandmother's kitchen with sunlight streaming through lace curtains, hands kneading dough while rain drummed against windows, the sound of laughter from children who had grown up and moved away decades before I was born. Each spoonful brought more foreign recollections. A first kiss under streetlights that had been replaced before I was old enough to walk those streets. The weight of a wedding dress I'd never worn. The feeling of fabric against skin that had never been mine. Graduation ceremonies where I'd received degrees in subjects I'd never studied. My name called by voices that pronounced it with accents I'd never heard. The pulse above had grown stronger, more insistent. It seemed to be calling me upstairs, though I'd been avoiding that part of the house without understanding why. My feet carried me to the staircase, despite my reluctance, each step creaking with sounds that formed almost musical patterns. The banister felt different under my palm, warmer, and somehow more alive than wood should be. Halfway up the stairs, I caught sight of my reflection in the window glass. The image was distorted by the old panes, but something about it seemed wrong beyond the expected warping. The silhouette appeared taller, the shoulders broader, the hair a different texture. When I moved my hand to wave, the reflection's movement came a fraction of a second too late, as if the person in the glass was copying my actions rather than mirroring them. The upstairs hallway stretched longer than the house's exterior dimensions could accommodate. Doors lined both sides, some leading to rooms I remembered, others opening onto spaces that shouldn't exist within these walls. The pulse was strongest here, emanating from behind a door at the far end that I was certain hadn't been there before. My hand turned the knob without my conscious decision. The room beyond was filled with soft, sourceless light that made everything appear slightly overexposed. In the center stood a vanity table with an ornate mirror, its silver surface reflecting nothing despite my presence directly in front of it. The glass was perfectly clear, perfectly empty, showing only the wall behind me as if I cast no reflection at all. But as I watched, something began to appear in the depths of the mirror. Not my face, but features that shared some similarity to what I expected to see. The eyes were the right color, but held experiences I'd never lived. The mouth had spoken words in languages I'd never learned. The skin bore the subtle marks of a life I'd never lived, expressions worn by emotions I'd never felt. The face in the mirror smiled, and I felt my own lips curve upward without my permission. It nodded, and my head moved in response. When it raised a hand, my arm lifted to match the gesture. But I could see now that I was not controlling the reflection. The reflection was controlling me. My breathing changed, becoming deeper, more measured. The air tasted different now, carrying flavors of places I'd never been, meals I'd never eaten, conversations I'd never had. My heartbeat synchronized completely with the pulse that permeated the house, until I couldn't tell where the building's rhythm ended and my own began. The night air hangs heavy, settling in shadows that cling to the contours of this room like ink stains. I lean against the old banister, its wood smooth and cold beneath fingertips that feel perfectly natural now, and listen to the creak of the house settling into its nocturnal silence. There is a faint, rhythmic pulse resonating from above, like a distant heartbeat vibrating through the floorboards. It is an anomaly that fits perfectly into place, a sound that comes from everywhere and feels intimately familiar. Warmth spreads across skin that belongs completely to me now, as the walls whisper secrets I've always known. Story 10. Each night, at precisely 5 minutes past midnight, the bell rings once, slicing through the stillness of my small apartment. It's in the hallway, where I keep the old clock a relic I've never seen tick nor chime. Yet it punctuates the silence with unnerving regularity. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the mind, but I can't ignore the way it aligns with the faint scratch of the window latch, a sound so soft it's almost a whisper. Every night, without fail, I find the same coat draped over the chair, the same cup of freshly poured tea cooling, untouched, on the table. I've tried to move them, to change even a single detail, yet they return as if pulled by unseen hands. An odd warmth from the radiator engulfs the room, a comfort that now feels suffocating. I try to break free from the routine, to stay awake, to alter the sequence. But as midnight approaches, a slow and inevitable surrender takes over. The bell will toll, and once more, I'll stand in the echoes of an unending loop. I've started keeping a journal, not with pen and paper. Those feel too permanent, too real. Instead, I trace letters with my finger on the steamed bathroom mirror each morning, watching the words appear and fade as the moisture evaporates. The patterns are becoming clearer now. The coat isn't just any coat. It's wool charcoal gray, with 3 buttons missing from the left sleeve. The teacup sits exactly 4 inches from the table's edge, steam curling in the same lazy spiral each night. The radiator's warmth pulses in intervals of 7 seconds, like a mechanical heartbeat. But it's the scratching at the window that draws my attention most. I've mapped its rhythm. 3 short scratches, a pause, then 2 longer ones. Always the same sequence, always perfectly timed with the bell's single chime. When I press my ear to the glass, the cold seeps through and mingles with that strange warmth from the radiator, creating a sensation like standing at the boundary between 2 different worlds. The apartment breathes around me. I feel it in the way the floorboards expand and contract, not with temperature changes, but with something else entirely. The walls seem to shift their texture when I'm not looking directly at them. Smooth plaster becomes rough brick, then back to smooth plaster when I turn my head. The ceiling height changes too sometimes. I can reach up and brush it with my fingertips. Other times it stretches impossibly high above me. I've begun to suspect that the objects in my apartment aren't quite what they seem. The coat feels heavier some nights, as though filled with stones or water. Other nights, it's so light, it might be made of spider silk. The teacup changes temperature independent of the liquid inside it. Sometimes, the porcelain burns my fingers, while the tea remains lukewarm. Sometimes both are ice cold, yet steam still rises from the surface in those same lazy spirals. The scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch pattern has started appearing elsewhere. I notice it in the way raindrops hit my bedroom window, in the rhythm of my own footsteps as I pace the hallway, in the flutter of pages when a breeze moves through the apartment, though I can never locate its source. The pattern is spreading, infiltrating the ordinary sounds of my daily existence until I can't tell what's real and what's part of the midnight ritual. My reflection in the bathroom mirror has begun to lag behind my movements, just by fractions of a second, but enough to notice. When I raise my hand, my reflection follows a heartbeat later. When I turn my head, the mirror version completes the motion after I've already looked away. I've started spending long minutes staring at myself, trying to catch the delay. But the harder I focus, the more synchronized we become. It's only in my peripheral vision that I can detect the disconnect. The warmth from the radiator has developed a scent. It's subtle, like lavender mixed with something metallic, something that reminds me of old keys or copper pennies. The smell grows stronger as midnight approaches, becoming almost overwhelming by the time the bell chimes. After the sound fades, the scent lingers for exactly 13 breaths before disappearing entirely. I've counted. I always count now. Sleep has become elusive, not because I'm afraid, but because I'm drawn into a state that exists somewhere between waking and dreaming. In this in-between space, the apartment reveals more of its secrets. The coat sometimes rustles without any breeze. The teacup occasionally shifts position while I'm watching it, sliding across the table's surface with no visible force propelling it. The radiator's warmth reaches out like invisible fingers, touching my skin in places where the heat shouldn't be able to reach. I've started to wonder if I'm the anomaly here, not the apartment. Perhaps I'm the element that doesn't belong, the disruption in an otherwise perfect system. The thought should disturb me, but instead it brings an odd comfort. There's something appealing about being part of a larger pattern, even one I don't understand. The scratching at the window has evolved. Now it comes not just at midnight, but throughout the day at seemingly random intervals. Yet, when I record the occurrences still using my finger on fogged glass, a new pattern emerges. The scratches form a sequence that repeats every 73 instances. I've begun to anticipate them, turning toward the window before the sound begins. Sometimes I'm rewarded with the faintest glimpse of movement beyond the glass. A shadow that might be a branch, or might be something else entirely. My body has started responding to the apartment's rhythms. My heartbeat synchronizes with the radiator's 7-second pulse. My breathing matches the rise and fall of the steam from the teacup. When I walk across the room, my steps naturally fall into the scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch pattern. I'm becoming part of the mechanism, a component in something larger and more complex than I initially realized. The journal entries on the mirror have begun to change after I write them. Words rearrange themselves as the steam shifts and condenses. Letters slide into new configurations, forming messages I didn't intend to write. Yesterday, I traced "the pattern is spreading" and watched it transform into "the spreading is patterned." The meaning feels different, more accurate somehow, as though the apartment is correcting my limited understanding. I no longer try to break free from the midnight ritual. Instead, I've learned to embrace it, to find my place within its structure. When the bell chimes, I stand perfectly still and let the sounds and sensations wash over me. The coat rustles, the tea steams, the radiator pulses, the window scratches, and I exist in the center of it all, no longer fighting the current, but allowing myself to be carried along. The boundaries between myself and the apartment have started to blur. When I touch the walls, I feel my own pulse echoing back through the plaster. When I breathe, the room seems to exhale with me. The warmth from the radiator feels like my own body heat reflected and amplified. I'm becoming integrated into the system, transformed from observer to participant to essential component. Tonight, as I write these final words on the mirror's surface, I can feel the change completing itself. The scratching at the window has moved inside, resonating from within my own chest. The bell's chime echoes in my bones. The coat's weight settles across my shoulders, even though it remains draped over the chair. The tea's warmth fills my mouth, though the cup sits untouched on the table. I understand now that there was never a loop to break free from. There was only an invitation to join something beautiful and strange and perfectly ordered. The bell rings once, slicing through the stillness of my small apartment, and I ring with it, part of the pattern at last, part of the endless, gentle rhythm that connects all things in ways too subtle for ordinary perception. The apartment breathes, and I breathe with it. The pattern spreads, and I spread with it. The midnight ritual continues, and I continue with it, no longer separate, no longer struggling, finally home in the space between the bell's chime and the silence that follows.